Hello everybody, happy eBay game hunting. Let's see what we got ending tonight. You are indeed the first. Across all platforms, you beat everybody to it. Hello, Rocky. It's gotta be a reprinted cover, right? I'm looking at that, I'm like, it looks so weird. Oh, that's a Japanese version. Interesting. I think we actually got the better cover. Second. Hello, disciples, hello, honey. That's a pretty funny way of taking a picture of an NES game. You would think they would think to take it out of the slipcover. Who's going to be entertaining us tonight? Tech person with watches. And that's it. I'll tell you the downside of wearing watches in the summer, though. You get like a white band on your arm if you know, I go for all my walks with my Apple Watch on. So I get this white band that goes around my wrist. So it looks silly when I don't have a watch on. This is a fun game if you're into PS2 imports. On-rails FMV shooter where you shoot bugs. Pretty wacky game, but fun. Combat Queen. You can play without a gun. Controller's fine. I'm glad it worked out for you, Poker. It's pretty good. They got a bunch of different flavors, too. Yeah, I tried to make it a little more eye-popping. Spruce it up a bit. Michael Jackson game is still keeping on with the price spike. Probably take a while for that to fall off. I think I'll try Hogwarts Legacy. It's definitely not something. I mean, Hogwarts Legacy is kind of old news at this point. I don't think people would be very interested in watching that. It's also a massive game. I'd maybe try a sequel if they came out with one, which I think they're working on one, right? Hello, Mecha-kun. Yeah, I mean, this year is just... I'm pretty locked in with what I plan on streaming this year, so... Adding massive open world games to the arsenal, I'm not really sure I want to do that. Is that a rug? It's kind of cool rug. Carpet of some sort. It's like a towel, Smash Brothers towel. Obviously unofficial, but it looks kind of cool. Yeah, I've heard mostly very positive things about Hogwarts Legacy. I don't know, maybe one of these days I'll get in the movie. I attempted to like start getting back into Harry Potter. I was watching the movies pretty much for the first time ever. Previously I'd only ever watched like the first one and maybe the second one. And then I started watching them and then I just stopped. I don't remember where I left off a few films in. That was like a year ago. 2 years ago? A year or two ago? Basically, I had a friend that was dragging me to some Harry Potter museum. And I'm like, well... Because he was a big Harry Potter fan. And I'm like, well, if I'm going to go to a Harry Potter museum, I might as well try and, like, watch some of the material, you know? So I'm not bored out of my mind. Hellraiser for Horror Month? I haven't looked into the Hellraiser game at all, to be honest with you. Maybe that's a good thing. So, Cody? I have no idea what house I would choose. Not Slytherin, though. Or maybe Slytherin in the game if you're able to be mean and evil to other players. Maybe that would be fun. So Hellraiser is a single-player story game. Interesting. I was under the impression it would have been one of those 3v1 games, finally. So tired of that genre. For horror, at least. So many horror games are taking advantage of that. I have not done Requiem. I only play horror games in October. So if it's played, it'll be this October, next October, whenever. I just feel like horror games lose a lot of their scariness factor when you're playing with other people. I don't know. I feel like when you feel like you're all alone in the game by yourself, more effective. Thanks, Crazy. Appreciate the bits as always. Have I played Project Zomboid? I have not played Project Zomboid. Honestly, I really try to avoid games that force voice chat when streaming, especially with strangers. It's just not a good combination when you stream. You have no idea what people are going to say. And you, as a streamer, you get in trouble for what random people say on your stream. So it's a recipe for disaster. But if you can still play it without that kind of stuff, I mean, I'd look into it. Hello, Quick Blue. It's a very intense zombie survival sim. Interesting. Don't think I need to play with voice chat though. Do you think it's something that can work for like a stream or two in October, or is it something that like you really got to dedicate time to learn how to play? Oh, it's isometric. Oh, okay. Probably my least favorite type of camera angle. But, you know, I'm willing to give things a chance. I just don't feel like a game like that would work well on the 10th anniversary of Horror Month, you know? Maybe in future years, so. Are people seriously weighing games now? What is the purpose of Pokemon Scarlet on the scale? I don't know, boy. Things are getting weird out there. Am I forgetting where I leave stuff? Like keys, phone, earphones? That can definitely happen to me sometimes. Reproductions are definitely getting hard to avoid for certain consoles, I agree. Well, you know that ain't a repro, right? At least, you know, you can fall back on the dirty, disgusting carts to know. Though the scammers may get more advanced and start forcing wear and tear on their repros to make you feel at ease. Let's not give them ideas. Your friends and you still play Left 4 Dead 2 every October? It's a fantastic game. I used to play a lot of Left 4 Dead 2. I loved playing as the zombies in that game. It was so much fun. And that's the mark of a good online multiplayer game, because there was no incentive. I don't know, I'm not sure if there is now, but back then, especially if you were playing on 360, there was no incentive to keep playing Left 4 Dead 2. There were no leaderboards, no nothing. You literally just played that because it was fun and you wanted to win the matches. That was it. Same thing for old school Team Fortress 2 on the Orange Box. That's how Shadowrun was on 360. No leaderboards, no nothing. You just played because it was fun. Yeah, back when games were games and not casinos. My God, could you imagine if a game like Shadowrun came out today? How plague-ridden that game would be with, like, free-to-play elements? And just for your information, you can actually, if you have a copy of Shadowrun in your collection on 360, it's playable again, by the way. So a lot of people are still not aware of this. You can pop that into your Series X right now and play online. The servers randomly came back a couple of years ago. Now, of course, the people you're going to be playing with are experts. It's a dedicated bunch. They know what they're doing, but you'll still have fun with it. I did a stream of it like a year and a half ago or so, whatever the hell, 2 years ago. Hey, what's up, Taco? No games in this slot. Let's see what we got. Well, it's got bids. Some people just really want to try and piece together the games into the boxes. Unbelievable, like, can we get a grip with this stuff already? $510 for Pocopia. Because somebody got lucky and sent it in to get graded and happened to get a 10. It's like, oh my god, it's so bad. It's a video game that is brand new, still in the stores. When video game grading first became a thing, I was like, alright, you know, whatever. You know, if you got a sealed copy of like a Super Nintendo game sitting around, alright, I could see it. You know, authenticate it if you trust the authentication process of a grading company with video games. Entomb it, encase it, because you're never going to open a sealed copy of a game that is, you know, thousands of dollars potentially. I never thought we'd evolve to the point where we're grading brand new games that literally just released. That's the weird, that's... I don't get it. But it's going to keep happening because apparently people are willing to spend this much money, so the flippers are going to keep buying them and grading them in hopes of getting these 10s and getting hundreds of dollars. Thanks, Husky. Appreciate it. Thank you for that resub. 33 months. The Expedition 33 resub. You had a game store at one time. It's so saturated. Oh, interesting. So you ran like an independent retro game store? Did you ever deal with graded games? No graded games. How was the, you know, was it a decent little business you had going when you were running the store? If you're in a small town though, it's got to be rough, right? If you don't get like that customer base, if you're not in like a big city. $200 for this, really? I guess it's for the Metro games, mostly. Hello, Cinco. Hello, Amberg. In-house play, pay to play classic games. Oh, okay, yeah, I've seen stores like that. Well, not like personally, but I've seen those kind of businesses where you have like a bunch of retro consoles set up and people come in by the hour or by the day and pay to play. That's a fun idea. It's just like a fun outing for family and friends, kids. I've actually seen food places start to incorporate that, where it's like a burger joint, but they got like arcade games and retro games you can play at the table. See, and this is the issue with grading games, right? When it gets a 9.8, people are still paying $52+ for it. So these people take the gamble because if they don't hit the 10, they're still making most of their money back. So to them, it's worth it to keep submitting over and over and over to try and get the 10. Now, if the value dropped drastically, then maybe they wouldn't take the chance. Do I own D2 on Dreamcast? Yep. Yeah, it's one of my favorite Dreamcast games. There's another one. That's a mess. You had to ban kids from eating over our stuff, yeah. Now I can imagine if you're not normally a food place and the kids are bringing in snacks, the Dorito fingers and stuff all over the retro games. PSA is so disgusting, though. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous, the highway robbery they get away with fees. Okay, so here's a great example for if you don't know how PSA works. If you submit a card, first you have to estimate what the grade you think it will get. Right, so let's just say, or anything, like say you submit a game, a card, whatever they're grading. Let's just say you think it's going to get a 9. But it gets a 10. But then if that card gets a 10, it goes from, say, being a $100 card to a $4,000 card. And that is like, that's not an exaggeration. Sometimes there's drastic jumps like that. What PSA does, you'll pay the fee up front. You know, maybe the fee for that card was $50, $75, $20. And then they will charge you even more money because your card got a higher grade. And they just pocket all the profit. They may charge you $1,000 for a single card because it's worth thousands of dollars. The other grading companies don't do that. And they keep getting away with it. That's why I'm really happy that, at least in the world of Pokemon, people are moving away from PSA more towards CGC and tag, like the alternatives. Because PSA is ridiculous with that stuff. They would have done it when I did my Pokemon card submission through GameStop. If any of my cards would have got a 10 for any reason, they would actually hold my cards ransom until I pay the fee. And that fee could have been hundreds of dollars or more. I have not played Champions on tablet yet. I'm like hesitant to get into it because I just feel like that's an excuse for me to procrastinate. Right? I'll be sitting there playing Pokemon Champions when I got other things to do, like go to the gym or go shopping or something. So I'm hesitant to get into it. Especially because I tend to play, when I used to play mobile games, I would play them in the morning. And now it's, usually right as I'm done eating breakfast and everything, I usually head to the gym not long after that. So I don't really need a reason to procrastinate on going out. Pokemon Champions would be a reason to hold off. Have you ever met someone really into buying graded games that wasn't a spectator, not really in the hobby? Nah, I've never met anybody like that. We've actually had, there's a few people that come to my streams that used to be heavily into collecting graded games, and they got out of it, and now they think graded games are ridiculous. There's been a few instances where people have told me that. Personally, I don't think graded games are ridiculous. Especially when it comes to really rare retro graded. Like, if you have a sealed copy of Chrono Trigger, what are you gonna do? Open it? So I can understand why people would send it to get authenticated, protected in the encapsulation. And if you were to ever try and sell it, as we see, there are a lot of people out there that value these grading companies. Even if we may not like them, people value their ability to authenticate and grade these things. So if you were to go and sell it, it does help. So I'm not against it entirely. I just think it's really weird to grade brand new games that just came out literally this second. And then you got people paying, a perfect example, thank you eBay. And then you got people paying triple the price just because it's got a 10. I don't know, it's just, I feel like the prices should be way lower. I feel like instead of people paying hundreds, they should pay maybe like a 10% increase. So maybe instead of paying, you pay for whatever the grading fee was, and then maybe a 10% premium if it gets to 10. Right? So let's just say you buy a game for 50. To grade a video game, I think it's like $25. So you got to pay for that person, because it's not cheap to grade these games. So you figure at that point $75, and then like a 10% premium. So maybe like $85 total. I don't think they should be going for $150, $200, $300, $500. It's too much. It's too much profit for these sellers. It incentivizes them too much. Sony should release GTA 6 with the PS6. No, it's coming. It's right around the corner. Has there been any rumors lately about what the price of GTA 6 will be? What do you guys think it's going to be? You think it's going to be 70 or 80 or 100? What do you think it's going to be? Honestly, I think they're going to shock everybody and just charge $70. I think it's going to be 70. Because I think they can get away with charging extra down the line for like DLC or something. Mario Kart was 80. I never search Facebook Marketplace, no. Just think of the goodwill if they charge 70 when everybody's expecting $80 or more. Hello, Matt. Just a random copy of Front Mission 3 hanging out in this lot. These have games? Why is there no bid on this? $20 shipping. So there we wouldn't read Galaxy 2. But it might just be their console. The lot is semi-interesting because of Galaxy 2 and Front Mission 3. What is Front Mission 3 going for these days? It was never that pricey, but it's not dirt cheap. Let's see. I've heard good things about Binary Domain. I haven't played it though. So at minimum, it's looking like it's a $50-$60 game. So this is a pretty good lot if you're looking to snag a copy from Mission 3. Mario Galaxy 2 is still like a $25-$30 game. So some good value here. I'll link the seller. Is Final Fantasy worth playing on the Wonder Swan? There's no reason to really play that now unless you're just really curious about that version of the game. I bought them back in the day because that was one of the only ways to actually play Final Fantasy 1, 2, and what did I have? 4? Was it? I forget what ones I had. Especially Final Fantasy 2. And they were in color, full color, so it was kind of... And they had like slightly updated graphics. They were pretty neat versions of Final Fantasy back then, but there's really no reason to play them now. Especially because they're in Japanese. Am I excited for GTA? My honest answer, I currently am not. Because we haven't seen any gameplay, and I'm not a big enough GTA fan to get excited just based off the fact that it's coming out. So, I'll let you know once we see more. Hello, Cathal. Do I have a Master System already? Yep. Master System was one of the first consoles back in the day when I was really getting into collecting games. That it was actually the first console that I set out with the goal to collect every game on the console complete in box. And I wanted to do that back then because back in the early 2000s, nobody cared about Master System. The games were dirt cheap. No, but you couldn't get rid of Master System games. So I was actually scooping up a ton of Master System games for next to nothing. Ultimately never completed the whole, like, let's get every game on the console thing, but I made a good dent. There's like talk about how GTA 6, there's going to be custom servers set up where like people literally earn a living as a full-time job to play GTA or something crazy like that. I don't know how that's going to work, but I guess it's those roleplay servers, you know? No, I didn't end up getting Alf back then. It was a pretty rare game. It's not the easiest to get a hold of. There was a brief moment where I almost tried playing GTA 5 roleplay servers just when it was like at the peak popularity. I'll admit I watched a few streams of those back in the day when it was like really, really popular, and it was pretty funny stuff. Those roleplay servers. When everybody was into it. Chobani? No, I don't buy Chobani. If I buy plain Greek yogurt, I get a brand called Phage. I think it's called Fage. That one has the best taste to me. I've tried that Skier, whatever the heck it is, but honestly, I just stick with the one brand. No, you'd be surprised. Pocahontas, even years ago with the manual, was $100. If it has the poster, I believe it has a poster it's supposed to come with, it's, you know, even more. I wasn't aware that Series X controllers go for $20. Are those used or brand new? Series X controllers are fine to me. It's actually one of the better D-pads, I feel. It's a decent responsiveness, decent clickiness. How did that go for you, Claude? Do I collect Skylanders? I do not. But if they bring it back, I'll be in line for it. We need to bring back the Toys to Life hype again. I think people are ready for it. Bring it back with the new Spyro game. This is actually pretty good. If you need the box for Friday the 13th. Box adds a lot of value to this game. Seems fully intact. Of course, there's some wear. I'll link it. Doesn't feel that bad to have a box for Friday the 13th with some wear on it. Just kind of adds to the aesthetic of a Friday the 13th game. That looks like a very hard game to play if you don't use a guide, though. Seriously, I tried watching someone stream that, and I'm like, man, How would you figure this out if you're not like looking everything up? It's kind of archaic. Look at how much Code Veronica X is going for now. My freaking goodness. People just can't wait for that remake. They're like, alright, time to buy it. Play the original right now. Just a heads up as well, I might as well let people know since we're on the eBay stream. I have added an extra little incentive if you choose to watch on Kick. Channel points. Essentially, you accrue points, you know, just like Twitch works, but for the YouTube people that are unaware. As you watch on Kick, you'll get channel points, and you can use those channel points to request things like eBay game searches. So as long as you watch like a few of my streams per week, you should be able to save it up for like every eBay stream, every other eBay stream. You can, you know, request like gaming searches. So if you want me to look up certain games, certain consoles, promo, you know, whatever the heck search you want me to do. Also, off-topic search. Doesn't have to be gaming. There's an option for that as well. Just an extra little incentive for people to watch on Kick, because currently that's the only way that I really offer search requests. Other than, you know, if people put them in the chat, sometimes I do them if I catch it. But the only way to make me stop everything I'm doing and search for your request is that method right now. So, just letting you know. Just gives you a little bit more of an incentive to make that your lurking platform of choice if it were a toss-up for you. Still need to get a copy of this game. Glad the prices have come way down. I think the PS3 copy is still quite a bit. I'd get it on PS3 though. These are the kind of action games that I wish we'd get more of now. So the only way to get them really is just to go back and play the ones you missed. Hello, TK. Man, the money that people expect for long box Resident Evil right now. The money people expect for anything Resident Evil on the PS1 right now is kind of obnoxious. That I'm not 100% on rapid fire. Is a light box worth it to keep selling on eBay? Light boxes are nice. It definitely helps with your lighting when listing things. They're not necessary though. I'd say only get one if you don't have a good alternative. As long as you got decent lighting and a clean table to put your stuff on, that's all you really need. You don't have to get a light box. Light boxes are good if you don't have flat things that you're selling. Right, so if you're selling like collectibles and stuff and you need a background because it doesn't lay flat on a table, then a light box is good. But you can see all these sellers here, they're doing just fine without one. I'd be pretty sure that they're going to release a limited edition console of Zelda, yes, for the remake, for sure. An anniversary console. Seems like a very Nintendo thing to do. I mean, there's definitely limits. It's got to be safe for the stream. Problemo. Yeah, I'm glad you like that idea, Manuel. I think that would be a really fun thing to do. Play all the launch games for GameCube. Melody, thank you very much. Appreciate that. What are my thoughts on the Evercade? Some of the collections are so obscure and bizarre. There's some very obscure and bizarre things on Evercade. I'm a pretty darn big fan of Evercade. I was doing streams of it for quite a bit, actually, on my YouTube channel. They're archived as member streams now. But I'm a pretty big fan of the Evercade simply because of the Evercade Alpha. The Evercade Alpha, that's like the arcade machine looking one, made it so much more fun. Because it really does feel like you're playing on a little mini arcade machine, and that makes a huge difference for some of those games. I don't think I'd feel the same way about it if I didn't have that thing and I was just playing on my TV, because then it's just like, well, I mean, the convenience is cool, but the Alpha just adds so much fun to those games, especially the arcade games. The best advice I have for you with Evercade collecting is if you see anything that you like now and it's a relatively new Evercade game that is still sort of like MSRP pricing, just buy it. Because when those things go out of print, they go up in price big time. So just scoop up as much as you can. Luckily, I got an Evercade right before their prices went up. I was scooping up Evercade games for as cheap as like freaking $13, $15 each on sale. They were so cheap. Let's do one more page. Is there a way to push L2 and R2 on the Alpha? There's got to be a way. I don't remember what the layout is for that though. Techno's Arcade Collection 1. Yeah, that's one of the pricey ones, I believe now, right? Someone with all the... Actually, I forget what was on that cart. I'm pretty sure that's one of the ones that's very pricey. Maestro 3000, celebrating 5 years. Thank you so much, Maestro. Appreciate the 5 years of support. Congrats, you have reached the final doorknob evolution for your badge as of now. What am I looking for? Either the worst listings you've ever seen or the best listings. Not that many good auctions tonight. Online multiplayer for Evercade? I don't think so. Hello, Corey. Yeah, if you ever have any questions about Evercade stuff, though, just let me know. Evercade doesn't get as much love as I think it deserves. You Sonic stuff recently? Vintage Sonic stuff? No. Newer Sonic stuff? Every once in a while I'm in like a Target or a Walmart. If I see something that's like small and it's cheap, I'll pick it up if I like it. Like sometimes they release cool little miniature Sonic figures or something. I'll pick one up for like $5 or something. Nothing too crazy. If I were you, I would just get an Evercade that covers both bases of like, I don't know if they have one. I'm pretty sure they have a handheld that can connect into your TV, right? So I'd get one that you can play handheld, but also can have output to the TV. So you kill two birds with one stone kind of thing. The Alpha does not output to the TV, so if you get the Alpha, you are stuck playing those games on the Alpha. So just keep that in mind. Nothing right now, Dr. Pepper Machine. Hello, Venster. Here's a big lot. Let's see what we got in here. Decent selection. Probably a little pricey for what it is, though. A treasure train just started? Oh, those are pretty rare. Treasure train just started in your channel. Participants save 35% on 5 or more gift subs at level 2. Man, Maniacal... Old Maniacal would be pretty pissed if he was here right now. Last eBay stream, he pretty much used the feature that I think most people don't even realize is a thing because it never gets used, where you can gift subs to everybody in the channel that isn't subscribed. He gifted 74 subs, plus a few extras. So they just gave me a treasure train Maniacal. It says participants save 35% on 5 or more gift subs at level 2. I'm just saying, why couldn't they give you that treasure train last stream? But I'm not sure if they may like cut what I make. I think I'm not sure. I get treasure trains so rarely, I'm not even sure if it like gives the streamer less money because of the discount. I'm not sure. I don't know if Twitch eats the cost or what. So from what I've researched, it doesn't matter when you take creatine as long as you take it, once a day. Before the workout, after the workout, doesn't really matter. So usually mine is taken before the workout. Holy Christ. Man, he really lives up to his name sometimes. Hold up, Maniacal, did they give you the 35% off? Did they hook you up with the discount? No idea. He doesn't even care. That is wild. Holy crap. Well, congratulations to everybody in chat. If you weren't subscribed, you are now to my Twitch channel for the next month. Appreciate that so much, Maniacal. Unbelievable. Well, hopefully they gave you the discount, because you definitely deserve it. There's always a discount in bulk. Yeah, they're advertising a treasure train. I'm sure they gave it to you. They had to have, because it literally says right here. 35% off. Well, what are these emotes they're gonna give me? Level 9 subtrain. Exclusive emotes. Oh wow, look at those emotes. I want the cow one, holy crap. The cow one's actually good. Why do they lock the best emotes behind, like, the rarest trains? Oh, they have an animated PogChamp emote? Oh, we'll never get that, though. That's ridiculous. That's only for, like, the super high channels. We're at level 9 after 54 subgifts. To get the animated PogChamp emote, you need to hit level 50, which is crazy. That's ridiculous. But thank you again, Maniacal. We'll let the subgift music play a little bit. Celebrate those new subs getting handed out. But yeah, this is a good time if you're a collector of rare emotes on Twitch. It's not every day you're going to see a level 9 or 10 hype train. So resubbing right now, if you have a resub to the channel, will get you in on the hype train and you'll get an emote at the end of it. At minimum, you have to contribute 100 bits. At least. Like, that's the minimum that they'll let you do to get in on the hype train. And the cow is one of the potential... There's an animated cow emote that absolutely looks fantastic. I hope I get that one. Thank you, Matt. Oh yeah, I'm on Twitch, YouTube, Kick. Those are the 3 I do. Thanks, Mechacon. Mechacon wants the cow. Yeah, they don't call it FOMO for no reason. That's why they do the limited freaking emotes. They know how to get you. Did they show you guys the potential emotes on this hype train? Like, can you see that on your end? Thank you, Herodilix. As a collector, what do I think of NFTs? Oh, I don't really keep up with that stuff. I thought NFTs were almost dead at this point. I never even hear about them anymore. Is that really still a thing? Thought it was old news. You do see it? The drop-down menu? Okay, so you can see the cow. And you can see why I'm excited to get the cow. Oh my goodness. Monstrum literally coming in with 10 more gift subs, just in case you somehow dodged the 54 from Old Maniacal. Monstrum's got your back. Oh, look at that, it hooked up Herodilix. Herodilix got it after the bits. Thank you, Monstrum. Good to see you. Appreciate it. Crazy support. Thank you so much. I wish you all luck in the cow emote. I'm actually not sure if we get all of them or if we just get one of them randomly. We'll find out. I'm pulling for the cow. I'm hoping that the AI that listens to Twitch streams hears me saying this. We want the cow, okay? You got that, AI? Cow emote. We'll see if it works. You bought the bits, but how do you give them? Bottom of the stream, you should see the bit icon. You just click that and then you do 100 of them at once. And that's the minimum that they'll allow you to get the emote. Alternatively, a resub. Resubs also give it to you, but I know that's not up for everybody. There it is. Thank you, Black Mamba. See, Dan's got that resub. He knew. He was like, let me save it for an eBay stream. He knows the meta. Just in case Maniacal shows up with that subgift. Crazy J. You know what I find really interesting about all the people that are gifting subgifts right now? They all have one thing in common. Maniacal, Monster, Crazy. Is it a coincidence? Will I grind more on Skies of Arcadia today? No, not today. I think next stream we're going to do some N64 stuff, and then the next stream will probably be Skies of Arcadia. Yeah, treasure trains are apparently triggered very randomly and rarely, where they give people 35% off their subgifting. Works out when you got the crazy subgifters like Maniacal and Monstrum and Crazy and chat, right? What did they give you guys the discount? They gave it to you, Monstrum and Crazy? Yeah, I was also hoping for more ship battles. Couldn't wait. It's really a shame. It's like, I don't hate the ship battles, but I don't like them. They are, oof, man. That game would be 10 out of 10, probably one of my new favorite RPGs ever, if it didn't have those freaking ship battles, for real. I understand back in the day they were probably really cutting edge and cinematic on the Dreamcast, but they have not aged well. Let me see, hold on. So it sounds like they did apply a discount for you, Maniacal. But it may have been, because I think you got us to level 2. So it applied like the normal, probably like 20% discount for you because you bought so many, right? Either way, it's pretty close to what they would have given you otherwise, because you were gifting so many. Oh, we've been blessed with our first feat shot of the night. We didn't get one last stream. They knew there was a treasure train going on. There you go. Luckily, no foot fungus, though. No foot fungus. We haven't always been that lucky. Oh my god. Monstrum didn't think 10 was enough. He gave out 10 more. Holy smokes. Definitely the most sub-gifts I've gotten in the channel in one stream in, well, a very long time, because I can't remember the last time we got this many. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Monstrum. Thank you, Maniacal. Thank you, Crazy. You guys are very generous. Spread. I'm gonna have to make some new emotes. Yeah, I'm gonna work on that. The next day where I'm not streaming, I'm gonna work on some new emotes, because we got so many people that can use emotes now. We'll make some new ones. We'll switch things up. Might as well, right? Everybody's gonna have emotes for the next month. Yeah, we got anybody else in chat that has like insane in their name, bonkers, crazy? Where are those other people at? A collector lot for PS2 for $2,100. Can't wait to see. That's it? looks like maybe $350, $400 worth of games. I'm not sure where they're getting $2,000 from. You're using a light box, yep. Alright, let me, the alerts will still show on screen, but I'm going to mute the audio because we're about to get probably about 20 minutes worth of resub notifications. But we'll still have them pop up on screen. Oh, because we reached the next level, we're gonna get... How does this work? Unlock now. Unlock one emote. Oh, we're getting like a... Wait, how does this work? Are we gonna get the cow? I think we're... Oh, because we've leveled up, I think we're gonna get an even more rare emote. We'll find out. I don't know, I've never seen a train this high before. We'll find out. Am I going crazy, or did eBay change something with the font and the layout for like buy it now listings? Didn't this... something's different here. I don't remember this being laid out like this. Something is off. Right, like the way that the price sits here, something is different. Because it's throwing me off. I look at this and sometimes I think it's like an auction, but it's buy it now. It just... Yeah, something's different. I'm sure if you look at one of my past streams, you'll know what I'm talking about. We have a cow chance unless we somehow hit level 20. Right now it's showing a heart for me. A bleeding heart. I don't know, we'll find out. Used to not display the seller data. No, I think they had this for a while. There's just something different going on here with like the font spacing. Title isn't smaller. I don't know. It's gonna bug me though. It's just something's different. You know, for most people it's not that big of a deal, but you know, I do these eBay streams all the time, so it's like it's throwing me off a little bit, whatever the difference is. Treasure train success. Level 11. Okay, how does this work now? Oh, I open the chest and see what I got, please. They gave me the heart. I got the rare one. So in order to get the heart, you have to reach level 10. So technically I did get the rarest emote. Did anybody get the cow? Oh, you got the cow. Monstrum got the... Damn, I wanted that cow. That's such a funny emote. That other one where it falls down and sleeps is kind of cute too. Honestly, their emote game for like the hype train stuff has definitely gotten better over time. Their hype train emotes used to be terrible. They weren't even animated. Is it the time left that's off? Thought buy it now is right underpriced. That's what I'm feeling. I think you're right, Monstrum. I think that's what it was. I think they moved the buy it now font down and they moved the time left up. I think time left used to be like to the right or beneath the buy it now. That's why it's hard. It's harder for me to notice it's a buy it now because it's separated by the text. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Where's the Kick train? Actually, I don't even know if Kick has a... Oh, that's a giant emote. Think you crazy? I don't know if Kick has trains. If they do, I haven't seen one. Can I gigantify my own emotes? I don't think I can. No, I don't think I can. Or can I? I'll find out. Which one would I blow up? No charge since this is... You mean all this time I could have been gigantifying my own emotes? Oh my god, this is a game changer. Twitch can't, I mean YouTube can't see it unfortunately, but maybe that's a good thing. Now you can see the detail in the D. A lot of people may be unaware that you can actually see lore in there. Yeah, that's exactly what that's exactly what it is. They moved the buy it now text lower for sure. Who's the sketchy lady on eBay? I forget what her name was. Yeah, she's still sketching around. We saw her not that long ago. I love how the sub-gifts are still going, by the way. It's crazy. It's a cute lot. City Crisis, Technic Beat. I definitely recommend both of those games. City Crisis is an interesting one because that is a PS2 game that has no spine artwork. It's just a black spine. Technic Beat is a pretty cool little music rhythm type game. See? So if you ever see that, you know what game it is. $40 though, Technic Beat is like a $10 game. City Crisis is also like a $10 game. Shipping is $11, so $50. Yeah, I don't know about that. Only if you really wanted the other games that it comes with. Also, Technic Beat is sun faded on the spine. Do I bid or buy it now usually? Oh, I'm more of a buy it now person. I don't usually look through auctions too much outside of the eBay streams. Because I'm usually more specifically looking for something these days rather than generally, and auctions are pretty general. Sakura Wars So Long My Love on the PS2 came with 2 copies of the game in the box. Is that right? Did they really mess that up and give you a Japanese and an English copy? That's how it was released on the PS2. So they literally gave you a copy in Japanese? Why would they do that? That doesn't seem very cost effective. Crisis is City Crisis different to Crisis City? Yes, it's different. City Crisis is a flight game where you're like rescuing people in a helicopter, and then Crisis City is that action game or whatever the heck it was. I played it a while ago. Outlaw Golf and Dark and Sky 2 for 1 on GameCube. Yeah, 2 classics for the price of 1. I've been told about light guns that work on modern televisions, but I haven't like seen them yet. That sounds like something I would definitely be interested in though. See, we got a bunch of people on Kick that are saving up their channel points. Smart. Thank you everybody for hanging out over there. We've been growing over there nicely. What do I think about the Ocarina of Time remake announcement? To be honest, I was a little disappointed in it at first, but I was disappointed because we knew it was coming because it was spoiled, which took a lot of the fun out of it. I think that would have been mind-blowing for everybody if it hadn't been leaked. But even though it was leaked and we saw the trailer, at first I was disappointed because I was like, man, why not show something? But then I'm like, you know what? I actually don't mind it. I like that they're keeping everything, because the game itself hasn't, like, the gameplay hasn't leaked yet. So I really like the fact that they're keeping us on the edge. It feels more old school, like how games used to be released, where we didn't know anything about it until it was practically in the stores. And I really like that. It just builds more anticipation. So when they do choose to show it in a direct, it's going to be exciting to finally see what it looks like. And let's face it, right? A game like Ocarina of Time deserves its own direct. Maybe they couldn't do it justice in a small little glimpse in a all-encompassing direct. So I'm not as mad as I used to be about it. I understand why they revealed it that way. Check this thing out. Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem. Sanity meter. We've seen this before. I think actually, didn't somebody pick this up with my affiliate link or something crazy? Someone bought something Eternal Darkness that was rare. Certifiable Insane. Mental Case. Loose Screw. It's a pretty cool promo. And then an Ape Escape plush. It's I kind of do wish that it actually looked like one of the monkeys from the game though. Did I ever like the Bloody Roar games? I was a very big fan of 3. That was like the one I played the most. And then recently, not that long ago, I played 4, and actually I really enjoyed 4 as well. You rarely open Twitch? Well, welcome back, Frog. You've been following since 2011. Nice. So you've been following since the I think those are the Justin TV days. I forget what year Twitch actually launched, but I think a 2011 follow means you followed back during Justin TV. Follower emotes can only be used here. I guess. I don't doubt it. The YouTube VODs, anything older than that, you would need to go to my second channel, which is where I was uploading them previously. The More Pete Door channel will have, you know, a couple hundred more VODs on there for you. Also, yeah, thank you for the reminder. Just a heads up, because somebody mentioned this like last week or the week before. On my YouTube channel, I make it so that my streams do not hit your subscription box, okay? This is important. So, like, if you want to watch my stream VODs, you literally, like, you have to go to my channel and go to the live tab. Or you have to rely on the algorithm actually recommending it to you, which I wouldn't rely on. So if you want to watch my past streams that you missed, you have to go to my channel live tab. I purposely do not push them to people's subscription feeds. Is this the... Hold on. This is the thing that takes the little cartridges? Or is this something else? Pokemon Mini. Or is this the, like, the evolution of that Pocket Pikachu thing? I'm not seeing the area where you put in the carts here. Oh, right there. Damn, it really is that small, huh? That's something. It is cute as hell. And that Mario just looks so wrong. It's official though. That's what you were getting back in the day. If you wanted a Mario keychain. We've come pretty far, huh? Xbox Celebration jacket for $900. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna get anybody biting on that. That also looks like super low quality. It's literally just patches sewn on here. There's nothing special about it at all. GameShark video game enhancer for Windows 95 with a VHS tape? I don't think I've ever seen GameShark for Windows. What the heck? Wow. That's something. It's a nice lunar poster. Lollipop Chainsaw Premium Costume Game. Rare, not for sale. What is this, like a physical package? What are we looking at here? What? What is this? I can't tell if I'm having a stroke or what reading this listing. Whatever it is, it's got to be a physical thing, right? It looks like they're actually taking a physical photo. But what are you getting? What is it? Oh, wait. Is it just one of those... Japan loves these things where it's like a acrylic display? Maybe that's what it is? Never knew they had something like that for Lollipop Chainsaw. What is this? Safety light kit? Man, I miss the days when companies like Nintendo and Sega would just slap their logo on anything. A glow stick. But they called it a safety light kit. Not gonna lie, I'd love to have one of those for Sonic. That would go right in the collection. What's this, the Gigantifies feature? No, that's a Twitch thing. You pay like... There's different options. It's been a thing for a long time now, it's just that it's not an often used feature. One of the cool ones is message effects. Let me see. So like you can make your message glow. Let me just show you an example. I don't think I've ever seen that used personally. Then there's this one. And then there's the Gigantify, so you can choose an emote to make big. I like making the emotes big that have little details that people maybe never realized after all these years. Like, did you know the diamond emote? You could see my face in the diamond. Sonic R emote. And then there's this one. Select an emote to unleash on the screen. Let's see. This one. So you guys should have just seen a bunch of like bananas flying on the stream on Twitch. It's a bit feature. So you hit the bits icon and then you'll see the options there. You just saw Sonic Nightlight. I probably have the one you're talking about. Was it the one that has like a purple background? It's on like a purple disc. On the shared chat, yeah, you won't see it. It's only in the Twitch chat. But I think it pops up a notification when you do it on the stream, like at least. No, only Twitch people see the bananas. Only it overlays on the stream. Oh look, this game is back up for sale. We saw this sell actually when I was browsing PC games last week. Someone paid $400 for this. So technically it's not a terrible price, but this one doesn't have a poster. That's a big deal. People always wondered if AO games exist. Well, there you go. I feel like older adult-only games were like an anomaly. Now there's probably crazy stuff on Steam, but back in the day, you almost like never seen that stuff. Breath of the Wild maps signed by voice actors. So the people that make grunts the whole game? Ah, they personalized it and now you're trying to sell it? Alright, anybody here called Steve? Is there a Steve watching the stream? This is why never get your, like, when you get stuff signed, if you get it personalized, you're just accepting the fact that you're never selling that thing. If you have any inclination that you think you may sell something signed in the future, you can't get it personalized because good luck. Good luck with that. And even if my damn name was Steve, it would feel really weird buying this knowing it was for another Steve. I don't collect big bucks PC. Rare and discontinued. Really? Is it just not a thing anymore? Retro USB? Like, do they have no intention of ever re-releasing this? The AVS was pretty good. Pac-Man shoebox for child's joggers. A 3D watch for Majora's Mask. It's actually cooler than I thought it would be. It's a new piece of merch though, it's not old. You could tell. If anything, it might even be off-brand. But it does say 2015. Maybe they did release a watch around that time. When you're young, you bought a PC game called Metal and Lace, which had an NC-17 add-on you can send in to buy. Offer to get the mail for your folks for weeks. Yeah, they never suspected anything. Oh, little maniacal is being so nice. He wants to bring in the mail for us every day. $10 Rookidee for $3. Man, I had so many Rookidee that I had to freaking get rid of. Because there was one of the Pokemon Go events that I went really hard on because it was like one of the first mass spawn events that happened when I started really playing it last year. I got like 30 shiny Rookidees. Countless of these non-shiny ones. What's up with the prices? Oh yeah, just a normal night looking through games on eBay, pretty much. At this point of the day, like, don't even faze me anymore when I see the people that are charging way more than they should be. I just kind of go right on by. Xenix the Move. Sounds familiar. $135 games in one. So it's like a Wii knockoff. Now, if there were any exclusive games on this thing that you can only get by buying the Xenix, I'd be interested in it. Are old PC games cheap? Some of them are dirt cheap, yes, because there's so many of them. But when you actually start getting into the decent collectible games in big boxes, it starts getting very expensive. But if you're just going for weird, obscure, jeweled case games, usually it's not bad. Oh, I had this. Oh, I think I sold mine, though. I don't think I have this anymore. I also... This had a DVD edition, and I think it had a... Oh, wait, no, sorry. Wait, this is limited run. I'm thinking of the literal DVD box set that looked exactly like this. What the hell? Limited run totally knocked off the old DVD box set. What the hell? Damn, that looks just like it. I'm sure some of you remember that when they released Blade Runner on DVD. They had a briefcase-looking DVD box set. Yeah, we got a new... That's definitely like a record amount of people watching on Kick without me funneling everybody there. Appreciate everybody watching on Kick. Everybody's saving up those points for their eBay searches. You collect all the big box games you grew up with. Price or nuts. What would you say is like your grail... What is the best big box game that you have right now, Monaco? And like, what's the one that you're hunting for the most? Like, what's the holy grail big box PC game that you still want? Hideous figure. What the heck? What did they do to our boy Ratchet? My goodness. Toys R Us exclusive. Now I see why they went out of business in the US. Clank looks ridiculous. The box set for Blade Runner DVD and Blu-ray editions. Yeah, see, I think I picked up the DVD edition. I don't remember getting it on Blu-ray. You don't really have a grail, you just like Sierra, LucasArts, and Westwood. Oh, that's a good bet to go for if you collect them. BC Racers floppy disk big box. Man, when even BC Racers is $500, I'll just have to be happy with my 32X copy of that. It's not a very good game. I don't remember liking BC Racers. Pink Zeldwatch. Love it that has the original box. The pink strap though, that is definitely... That stands out, boy. Let me tell you. That is definitely a color choice. I love this thing, and I'd totally buy it if it wasn't $420. There's something so simple and clean about this. Because that's for the original Xbox. That's the original Xbox logo. I just love that neon green backboard. Why aren't there more Apple Watch games? I know, tell me about it. There's just not a big enough audience for it. I played a few Apple Watch games that I picked up on that thing, just like kill time if I ever needed to play them. Like during jury duty during my breaks, I was playing some Apple Watch games. There's a decent Outrun clone on there. I was so disappointed to learn that Square Enix killed their, I forget the damn name of the game. It was like Rings of Chaos or something, Chaos Rings. Essentially, Square Enix, of all companies, released a really, really cool looking game that incentivized you to walk. It was one of those things where you'd walk and you'd like level up and fight monsters as you walked with your steps. And then they got rid of it. I was so disappointed to learn that. And it had really crazy particle effects. It looked really neat. There's a single video of it, of somebody playing on YouTube of the game. Let me see if I can remember the name of it. Let me see if I can find you the video. Cosmos Rings. Alright, let's see. Cosmos Rings. Hopefully the video is still on here. Oh, is this a video from 9 years ago? Does it actually have gameplay? HD gameplay trailer from 9 years ago. Let's see. Did it actually show gameplay? Let's see. It's a 19-minute video. Oops. Okay, yeah, here it is. So this is what the game looked like. Hold on. I keep forgetting it's in an incognito window. Give me a second. Personally, I think it looks kind of cool. Look at that. Look at those particle effects. Like, by far the coolest looking Apple Watch game to ever release. So, yeah, it's like a mini RPG where you'd battle monsters using, like, your steps. Look at that. Look at how cool that looks. Now, don't forget, Apple Watch is an extremely small screen. And then there's, like, some story and crap between it, right? Like, but the main thing that you do is you just battle waves of enemies. I remember being really hyped to try this game, but I didn't have an iPhone back then, and I didn't have an Apple Watch, and it was exclusive. But I think as a walking incentive, that this would have been really neat. Look at that! Look at that! Monster animations and stuff. Anyway, that's the super rare, now completely gone, never to be played again Square Enix game on the Apple Watch. Did I ever try a Catwoman game? I have not played Catwoman. Yeah, they sure released Doom on the Apple Watch. Heck, it's on everything else, right? Yeah, the only way that you can play delisted iOS games is if it doesn't require a connection and you have it on an old device that literally you just never update anymore. It's like frozen in time. Because the second you update your iOS, forget about it. It's over. You can't play the game ever again. There was a mobile version of Baroque on iOS where you can play it with touchpad control, or like touchscreen. I used to play it on my iPad. They actually removed all the cutscenes from that version. Funny enough, it would have been the fastest speedrun version to play because the load times were almost non-existent. There were no cutscenes. Now it's delisted. And I'm talking about the Wii version, by the way, like the PS2 Wii version. GameStop Reboot controller from GME Conference. That's a pretty hideous controller. A manager's conference. There's a lot more Parappa the Rapper merchandise out there than you would think. Tons of it, actually. It's so funny because I remember finding this listing a few weeks ago, or a month ago, whatever it was. For the longest time, I have this Pac-Man carpet. I just thought it was a cool Pac-Man carpet. I never realized it was part of a board game where you're supposed to play on the carpet. And I also had one of these, which I didn't know what the function of it was for. But yeah, it's a game board. To be fair, it's a very cool carpet, even without being a game board. Yuji Naka's first game. This is a decent import. This felt like something that absolutely should have come out in the US. If I recall right, this game even had English voice acting, if I can remember right. Just a weird little action game that was based off of some film, I think from France or something, and it somehow only got a release in Japan. So weird. Kano. Such a weird anomaly. That is cute. That may be the best thing I've ever seen on eBay that has Roblox in his name. What the hell is that? Is that an in-game item? I'm afraid to click on it because I don't want more Roblox stuff recommended to me. It looks like a physical item. What am I collecting these days? Well, lately I've been collecting a lot of N64. I've been having a lot of fun getting back into that. So lots of N64. And then occasionally PS2 here or there. I've slowed down on it a bit though because it gets harder and harder to find like PS2 games that I absolutely have to have. Look at that. Mario Brothers and Walt Disney Records 3D audio cassette. What the heck is a 3D audio cassette? 3D glasses, a massive 3D glow-in-the-dark poster. Oh look, there's the glasses. That's such cool packaging, though. This ain't no game. You know, and it's pretty literal, too, because it actually isn't a game. You don't want to fool the parents. They might think it's a cassette game. 35-minute action-packed story cassette of the movie. Wow. What do you do with the glasses? Okay, so I guess you're supposed to stare at the poster for 35 minutes while listening to the audio cassette. That is such a 90s thing to do. Anything I given up on because of pricing? I mean, there are certain consoles I don't even really bother looking up at anymore, which would be like Sega Saturn, for the most part. But right now, I'm also like, I'm pretty content with a lot of my collections too, because I did so much collecting for them back in the day. So I'm very content with my Saturn collection. There, you know, there's a few games I'd like to have for it, but it's not an emergency. A Thailand strategy guide for Silent Hill Shattered Memories. Wow. That is something. That's got to be pretty rare. Oh yeah, I posted about it on Xnorg. And then I had some fun with somebody that was telling me that nobody cares that you're gonna need 2 PlayStation Plus subscriptions if you're gonna do local co-op with Kayla, which I think is one of the craziest news stories that we've heard for this generation of games. Could you imagine being told even 10 years ago that in order to play a game local co-op, you'd need to have 2 online subscriptions? So if you play with a friend, they're going to need to sign in with their own PlayStation Plus account to play local co-op. Some pretty wild stuff. Wow, somebody's listing some pretty rare Asian imports. Korean Sly Cooper. Look at that cover. I actually kind of like that. I think that's cooler looking than what we got in the US. What do you guys think? I always thought the cover for Sly Cooper kind of did the game a disservice. It was a little hard to tell it was a platformer in the US. Yeah, they made an announcement saying they misspoke. They definitely misspoke, alright. They're backtracking because of the complete non-agreement from everybody that pretty much saw that article. They definitely didn't misspeak. They were like, holy crap, we made a mistake. Personally, this is my theory on it. Don't forget, there was supposed to be a Halo trailer at the PlayStation State of Play. Last second, like the day of, the new Xbox CEO pulled the trailer out of the State of Play, and apparently Sony was really pissed about it. So I almost feel like this was like an attempt to get back at them. Because a lot of people misconstrue it and blame Xbox for it when it's really PlayStation kind of thing. I don't know. Maybe that's like digging too deep, but I don't know. It just feels weird that that would happen to Halo of all things. The console wars are back, exactly. I'm excited for it. The best part about the console wars is when you're somebody that doesn't pick a side and you just get to get excited over the console wars because it just means that you get to get better games and prices because the console wars are back and they're competing with one another. A press kit flyer for Rogue Galaxy. I want to see the really aggressive marketing strategies back to like the commercials where they're just like slamming each other. Oh, I've never seen this before. Interesting. So this is the flyer showing you the press material that you can get. There was a lot of marketing for Rogue Galaxy, more than you would think. There was quite a bit of promo material for this game. You're leaning towards the Xbox over Sony. Yeah, if you don't see any Sony exclusives that interest you, the Series X is probably the way to go, simply because you have Game Pass as an option if you're into that. And the backwards compatibility is nice. But, yeah, that's up to you to decide if the PlayStation exclusives are worth it or not. My original Xbox died on me, yes, my launch Xbox, because I completely ignored it for a long time and the capacitors leaked, which is a common problem. If you've had an original Xbox since like the beginning, or you just have an Xbox period that's never been refurbished or cleaned, you probably have leaking capacitors at this point. Yeah, I think that's pretty funny as well, Caliber. Yeah, how Sony releases their games on PC like a year or two later after they've been out on PlayStation. They don't market the games, and then they say that they don't sell well. And then they say they're not going to release them on PC anymore because of that. It's like, okay, well, maybe you shouldn't wait 2 years to release your games on PC then. At that point, they're old news. PSP press kits. Yeah, now that you mention it, I haven't seen many PSP press kits. Somebody seriously graded a complete in-box copy of Missile Command 3D. What is the point? Is it sealed? It's not even sealed. This is the dumbest thing. Grading games that are not sealed. Who is this for? Like, who is buying this? Wouldn't you buy this game because you'd maybe want to play it? Come on now. Favorite Jaguar game? Honestly, after all my time speedrunning Club Drive, I really think Club Drive is like my favorite Jaguar game at this point. That game is just so much fun. A dice calendar. I wonder the story behind that is. Where does it even come from? Sackboy Piggy Bank Extreme. $22,000? Alright, let's calm down here. Sackboy's time has come and gone, I hate to tell you. He is not the mascot you thought he once was. As much as I love Sackboy, that is not a $22,000 piggy bank. Do I collect demo discs? I don't. I have a lot of demo discs, but I wouldn't say I collect them. Honestly, right now, I'm pretty excited for the future of Xbox just because it's been so long since I cared about Xbox. The fact that they're kind of cleaning house right now and they're obviously going to be going through some major restructuring, like I'm interested to see what they bring in the next year or two. This is exactly what I was hoping would happen with this new CEO. You bring in somebody that like is fresh to the games industry. They may make some really reckless choices, but sometimes reckless choices need to be made. The fact that she pulled the Halo trailer out of State of Play last minute tells me she's ready to fight. Right? She ain't playing let's suck up to Sony and keep our relationship going. No, she's bringing back the console wars. Like I mentioned, I want to see people, you know how people are fighting in the streets over Pokemon cards, like street fights over Pikachu? Let's get that back for the console wars. Duking it out, the Sony ponies versus the Xbox. Get some excitement back in this industry. I like the little cart holder. I think the next Gears of War definitely has a chance to be pretty successful. Gears of War still has a very strong pull among Xbox fans, shooting game fans. And personally, the reason why I think it could be successful is because it caught the attention of me. I haven't cared about Gears of War in years, but that trailer, the gameplay that they showed, I was like, okay, alright, I can I can maybe get into that. So if they're catching my attention, that means they're really catching a lot of people's attention with that game. Alright, let's do affiliate. It's a little bit of a longer one tonight. You bought a Rayman Arena for the original Xbox because I had a Game Crazy sticker on it? Yep, welcome to the club. I did the same thing with Hollywood video games. Am I gonna play the Halo DLC? What Halo DLC? Okay. Just get this ready. The new Halo missions? Oh, like in existing Halo games? No, I have no interest in that. Yeah, I don't really do Halo games anymore. However, I was semi-interested in the Halo campaign evolved because I saw the video of what the water looked like in that game. That water is some of the best water I've ever seen in a video game. I didn't care before that. All right. Also, somehow I think my affiliates got like too caught up because normally I try to do it a week behind, but we're literally doing June 13th to the 19th. So I think next eBay stream, we're gonna skip affiliate because I normally wait until it's like a week delayed, so that way it has time to track if it was gonna track. But we'll do it this week because there's a lot of stuff on here. This is the week where people were buying the GameCubes. So naturally there's a lot of stuff on here because the people that were buying the GameCubes probably bought some other stuff. Thoughts on God of War Laufey? Yeah, it's not for me. That game is not for me. Sonic X Shadow Generations Day 1 for the Switch. Brand new, 25 bucks. Sounds about right for that, right? Original box. Oh, and for people that don't know what we're looking at, these are just things bought with my affiliate link. So people that watch my streams and videos and stuff. Let's make sure that's okay. That's good. We're looking at the stuff that they've bought, checking out what they paid. It's all anonymous. We don't know who bought what unless they call themselves out. Did I see Terrifier is being added to Dead by Daylight? No, I didn't. Yeah, I definitely don't really play Dead by Daylight. It's crazy that game's still going though. That is for sure. That game has some legs. Original box case replacement for Mario Odyssey, $8. Pete Rose, 1970s tops, soft corners and edges. Okay, people are getting into some vintage tops now. Pio Foray Episodio, 1926 limited edition Switch. What in the hell is that? Let's find out. Visual novel of some type. 68 full color page art book. An enamel pin, set of 7 chibi art vinyl stickers, and a full color cloth poster. Never heard of it. If it has a very random name, it's an Otome game. Okay. 25 PS3, PS4, PS5 box protectors. Bags, skins, travel cases, clear plastic case. I forget who it was last week that was saying they were like protecting all their games in plastic bags. I wonder if this is the thing they picked up. GameCube, clear console. Oh yeah, here it is. So I think this might be the only one on here. So what they do is I filter it out because it's like kind of not needed typically for affiliates, but it'll tell me how many of it were bought. So there were 9 that tracked. I know that 14 of them sold, so apparently 5 of them did not track. That's probably people that bought on like a mobile device or an iPad or had like some kind of blocker thing that prevented the affiliate, but 9 of them did track. So that's good to know that at least I had a pretty good track record for tracking. But I guess we'll show it. I did a video on this console on the eBay seller. They did write back and thank me because the video did bring a lot of attention to their store in that listing. But I think their prices and everything are super freaking fair. Free shipping. If you were to buy a GameCube that is not refurbished, just literally a GameCube that doesn't have all the bells and whistles, no region switch, you're looking at $80 to $100 on eBay at least. So the fact that this person offers refurbished, custom, region switch GameCubes that are like set to not fail anytime soon in the future, and they modded it so you can just like swap batteries without having to do soldering. For 160 bucks. I mean, they deserve to be commended for that. So, yeah, I wish they had PS2s as well. I should mention it to them, but maybe that's not in their wheelhouse. Anyway, I'll link the seller if you didn't see the video, if you're interested in looking at one of these. I got the purple one, and I'm very happy with it so far. No freezing whatsoever. If you want to see what the GameCube and everything looks like, you can just check out my video. I show what it looks like powered on and everything. Topps Baseball Cards Sporting News. Rex Robinson. I prefer the US GameCube cases or the Japanese ones. I definitely like the Japanese ones with the slipcover. And they're nice and small. Courtside for GameCube sealed, $34. PlayStation 1 Aquanauts Holiday for Japanese PS1, 14 bucks. Still haven't played that game. Artanelka Melody of Alemia for PS2, $95 for that now. That's definitely been going up over the years. I have not played Artanelka. You never forget your first. Wow. Yeah, they don't make games like these two anymore. Intimate Dive System. Interact with your team members in a private digital world. Trying to get the damn box to move into the bottom right here so I can see what it says. eBay is very finicky with zooming in on the boxes for me lately. Use your power of song to heal your friends and defeat your enemies. Rated T, yeah, rated T for teen. Aquanauts Holiday Memory of Summer. So they picked up both games. Empty game case for the DS, Yoshi's Island for $12. PlayStation Naughty of the Wind. Oh, look at that. We were just talking about that game last night. One of the best PS1 import games, in my opinion. You literally just fly around as a hot air balloon. And it's really good. One of the most relaxing games out there. Thanks, Cinco. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 6 months on Kick. Any good game posters? We could take a look at posters after this. It's been a while since we looked at something like that. Topps Rod Carew Al, the Sporting News All-Star. Some vintage Topps cards. Oh my god, what does that say? Versos Pour Home Dylan Blue? Cologne for Men. I definitely just butchered whatever the hell that is. Castlevania Lament of Innocence complete for $28. Still such a good deal for this game. It's like it was got from an offer the seller sent for $28 instead. Tetris Game Boy only for $20. Wow. That's crazy. I can remember when that was like, you couldn't even get rid of Tetris for a few bucks. Yoshitaka Amano Knight's Art Book. Final Fantasy artist, by the way. Very well known for his Final Fantasy art, but he has a lot of other art that is not Final Fantasy. It's a nice art book. Sagi Tosaka original art book. And Mika Picasso art book. No idea who those people are. Somebody picked up a Sony Trinitron Color CRT 1996 model. Okay, let's see. $300. That doesn't seem bad. It's probably a cute little one. Actually, it's a decent size. Very nice. That seems like a pretty good deal. $73 to ship. Honestly, probably not that bad considering the weight on that thing. Hello, Trekkie. Thanks for the streak. You got Aqua Knight and Notum of the Wind last night. Wow, so they tracked it already. Alright, that's good to know that it tracks it that quick. They may have done local pickup. I don't know who bought it. Super Mario Sunshine for the GameCube. Case only, no game. $21. More sports cards. Official GameCube power supply for 19. Okay, so someone was like piecing that together. I think that may come from that same seller. Yeah, it's the same seller, so they bought it with the GameCube. Pokemon X Target Adventure Tote Bag. $40. Wow, that's a pretty plain looking tote bag. I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting like a screaming Pikachu to be looking at you or something. Guess it's not bad if you look at it from like a simple design. Banjo-Kazooie promotional VHS tape. Oh yes, the one that everybody got in the mail. Even I got this one back in the day. I think if you got a promo VHS, you got this one. Right? Am I wrong? Did you guys get this in the mail? Man, the days of getting game trailers on a VHS. It'd be so cool if they actually still did stuff like that and mail you a DVD or something. Not practical price-wise for them, I'm sure now, though. Donkey Kong Country Exposed, Enter the Jungle VHS tape. Also another one. Pretty common. Star Fox 64 promo tape. $20 for each of them. Okay, here's a different one. Let's see what this one is. Hot News. Insider's Guide to N64. It's like a pretty lengthy VHS. It looks like it's probably about 20 to 30 minutes. Let's see, you were getting a look at what? Some Donkey Kong. I can't zoom in. So annoying. Jet Force Gemini or something. And more Donkey Kong. GameCube controllers, special edition, $11. Lot of GameCube controller pickups. Not surprising. Sonic Unleashed for the PS2. Oh, somebody finally bought it. After me constantly reminding people that Sonic Unleashed on the PS2 and the Wii is actually a completely different game than the PS3 and 360 copy. I think the Werehog sections are actually better in the PS2 version. Neo Contra for the PS2, $24. Girls, Guns, and G-Strings. The Andy Sedaris collection. I have no clue what that is, but I'm going to preview that off stream to see if I can show this to you. Do a little research. Well, I mean, it is just a DVD. But it may trigger the YouTube alarms. But it's pretty innocent. Looks like it's just like one of those 2000s DVDs. GameCube memory card, 50. Wow, 50, oh, for a sealed memory card. Okay. I was gonna say that's expensive for a memory card. I'm very sorry to hear that, Rory. World of Monsters board game, miniatures, and unique gameplay. That sounds fun. Let's see what this is. Cool art. Very cheap for a used board game. Oh, Wario World, right. Yeah, one of the few GameCube games left that I still really would like to try one day. Keep forgetting about that. Replacement cases compatible with black PS2. Ten-piece mini toggle switch to pin position on off. What? Mini toggle switch to pin. Toggle switches. Let's see what the heck this is. What is this for? So you can install this on the Switch too? Oh god, I'm just... no, okay, I see. I'm completely... That's the gamer mindset. I see Switch 2 in the title and I'm like, how does this relate to the Switch? It's literally a literal Switch with 2 pins. Yeah, it's a literal Switch. Sealed A Witch's Tale for the DS. Oh man, 140. Well, I hope you enjoy it. I typically caution people against that game when I see it because it is expensive, and personally I didn't find it to be all that great of a game. But it is one of those weird, obscure turn-based RPGs on the DS. I hope you liked it more than I did. Diddy Kong Racing: A Wild Racing Adventure VHS. And they really pushed those VHS back in the day. Halo Infinite Parade Ground Oreo? A skin for Halo Infinite, huh? Well, that's the first. Oh. Actually, yeah, you might be right, because that is literally the Switch. That is so funny. Yeah, that Switch is the one on the back of my GameCube. How the world goes around, you know? They totally bought more Switches. They probably clicked on the link to see, like, to make sure that I was linking to the right listing, and then it tracked the things they bought. They're like, alright, we better order more Switches. Wow, it really is an Oreo. Oreos are super bad for you, by the way. I mean, what cookies aren't these days? But I tend to avoid anything that's genetically modified, and Oreos are genetically modified. Gotta look for that non-GMO label if you're gonna get something. Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg for the GameCube. Yes, another one that I still need to play. Somebody definitely just bought like every GameCube game that is on my radar. PS3 Red Octane Guitar Hero wireless USB dongle receiver. Grand Theft Auto Vice City for the PS2 Black label with map for $7. And then they picked up the sequel to Art and Elko on PS2 for $80. Someone's going deep in Art and Elko. Tops pick your card. GameCube Turok Evolution complete. Okay, so that wasn't on my radar, so they finally swung and missed. Missed Energy for Pokemon. Phantasy Star Online 3 Card Revolution. Factory sealed, wow. It's very cheap for factory sealed. It's a pretty good game. Someone was asking me about that last week. I enjoyed it, I played it up. And another top card. So you know what? I think purchase of the week? Honestly, it's probably got to be the Switches. I think that's pretty funny. But if I were to pick something else... I'm going to give it to the person that picked up all the VHS tapes. I think it's kind of cool that they just like one fell swoop picked up all the cool promo VHS. So thank you to everybody that used my affiliate link, especially the GameCube people. And if you want your stuff to show up on future affiliate streams, I'd link all of my affiliate links in the stream and video descriptions on YouTube. Every video, every stream description. And then on Twitch, it's in my About section. Or with the eBay command, exclamation eBay. And if you need international links, my link tree, which is also linked to my YouTube stuff, will bring you to international links as well as About section on YouTube or eBay, Twitch. Actually, I mean, runner-up, the person that got the TV. I feel like that's got to be a pretty good price for a decent-sized CRT like that, right? That seems pretty fair. Alright, let's look up game posters. They may give us stuff like this where it has like a poster inside of it, but we'll just have to deal with it. I could do merchandise though, which would probably help filter this. Chrome Hounds GameStop retail marketing promo poster. And I wish I played this game when it came out. I feel like I missed out. So it looks like they wanted you to download artwork for a faceplate and then I guess like tape it onto your Xbox or something, because it says use the code below to download this Chrome Hounds faceplate art. So I guess they wanted you to print it out and then just like jank it onto the console. I've never seen something like that before. Wow. There's a Mad World poster for you. It's really a shame we don't see more games with that kind of art style anymore. Monochrome with just red for blood. Sonic Frontiers poster. It's a Japanese poster. Silent Hill F. The problem is they charge too much money for these posters. Now, who's spending $500 on this Silent Hill poster? And come on. Silent Hill F is not cult status at this point. Way too much money. And that is a cool poster right there. I love the colors. These posters that come from like Europe and stuff, the vintage ones, they get some insane artwork. This one's from Germany. I could see that, yeah, most Japanese sellers. I mean, they're even charging $135 for Balan Wonderworld. There's only one person on Earth crazy enough to buy that. Me. No, I wouldn't pay that for Balan Wonderworld as much as I love it. Especially if it's a Korean poster. If it was a US poster, I'd contemplate it. Is that yours? Are you selling that? Do you sell posters on here? If it wasn't Korean, I'd maybe be interested in it. If it was Japanese, I'd probably get it. How do you get your Korean posters? You like know the game stores out there or something? Yeah, I don't. It's like with Pokemon, right? Like, look at Pokemon cards. Most people either want English or Japanese. When it comes to like the Chinese cards, the Korean cards, that's a tough sell. Wait, that's got to be a print, right? There's no way that's actually hand signed, right? Yeah, no, that's got to be a print. Gungrave PS2 poster. Sadly, it's a folded poster. That's how you know it just comes from a magazine, so it makes it less tempting. Okay, so they like sell you the posters and then you make them available on eBay. Sounds fun. You definitely have a very niche market, that is for sure. I don't think I've ever seen a Balan Wonderworld poster. I'm sure they had to make something for it, but I haven't noticed any yet. No, yeah, it doesn't have the color. Gungrave on PS2 I just associate with like yellow, black, red, and orange. Badly damaged? Come on now. This is gonna be the badly damaged poster? How are you gonna do that to me? Oh my god, it is really bad. That's gotta be water damage. What a shame. That's some weird crinkle. Oh, it's a print ad. I got excited for a second. I thought it was an actual orphan poster. These freaking wannabe sellers thinking that they're trying to sell you a poster. It's not a poster, damn it. Stop using that as a keyword. It's a print. It's a cutout magazine ad page, okay? Man, they're annoying with that stuff. I just don't understand how these sellers think that just chopping out a page from a magazine suddenly makes it worth $30. Let's stop being ridiculous. I actually have this. Oh wait, is it the Legendary Edition? Where is it? Oh, it's actually no, it actually is a different one. But it looks something like that. It's not that exact one. It's the one that actually came out for Halo 3, not the Legendary Edition. Heavy Rain Japanese poster. That would have been a cool cover for the game. Oh, a rain poster. Wow. That's not something you'd see every day. That looks really good framed, I gotta say. We never got a physical of that in US. Half poster for Rain. I like Rain and all, not enough to get a poster for it. It's a great game though if you never played it. Hello, Blizzard. A lot of 10? Of what, the same poster? I guess so. Guess you're getting 10 of them. A Golden Axe Beast Rider poster. Man, I need to play this game. Massive mythical beasts. It's probably a good thing I haven't played it, because otherwise I'd feel compelled to get this. Man, this was almost a great poster. They had some of the all-time great PS3 launch games on there, but instead of NBA, they needed to put, like, Ridge Racer on there, and it would have been perfect. Sports games ruining it. Full Auto GameStop retail marketing poster. I like Full Auto, not enough to get a poster of it, though. That is a weird Star Fox Adventure promo poster. Look how small the box art is. Oh, because it's not really a poster. It's like a ad pamphlet. Oh, they're advertising Lord of the Rings for $30. $20 for official GameCube controllers. Coming in November, Metroid Prime. $30 for a Wavebird. The title typography or styling of, wow, that's an interesting question I never had to think about. I think Final Fantasy always stood out to me. I think the Final Fantasy logo typing is like kind of timeless. That's a hard question though. I never really thought about logo typeface for games. What is what's the new game? I don't think I'd play a new game from the creator of Braid. I feel like I would hate Braid these days. That game was just cutting edge for its time. It came out at the right time, right place. I like that standee. N64 launch display. I have this, but I have a color variant of it. I have the Fire Flower Mario. Because they were pretty cheap back in the day because everybody wanted this color type. Not everybody wanted the Fire Flower Mario. So they were kind of like clearance. Damn. Mario's butt though, I mean, that is quite... That's a thick Mario statue. No, I can't show you. You'd have to watch an old video. You'll see it. It's in a very dangerous spot. It's actually a really cool statue. Ultimately, I wish I had this one. He's clenching. He did not skip leg day, that's for sure. Ultimately, I wish I had this one. But Fire Mario is still cool. Banjo-Kazooie banner. $1,800. I have a few banners. They're mostly all Sonic banners. That's a cool Yoshi-san. You better be a mega fan of Yoshi, though. I still have much more of an appreciation for the vintage store displays though, like this. People look at this now and they're like, man, how is that $1,900? Because these days, we're just so spoiled by all the fake knockoff signs that are out there. But these are the vintage OGs, the stuff that you'd find hanging up in a store when the N64 first launched. That to me means way more than whatever 3D printed fake plexiglass sign that gets made today. I like the ones that have a history behind it. I sold this at the first game convention I ever sold stuff at. I sold this there for, I think I was asking $200 and I think I took like $150 for it. Some of you might remember seeing this. I think I unboxed this in an old YouTube video. Mine, unfortunately, though, had yellowing. You know, probably super fixable if you really wanted to replace some things. But you can see how theirs also has some yellowing. Mine was a little worse. Because it has like a plastic layering on top of the logo inside the light. And it yellows very easily. Just to give you an idea of like the prices of that kind of stuff back then. Maybe 10 years ago, I think. '96 Tomb Raider. There's only one Tomb Raider statue I'd want. It's not this one, even though that one's kind of cool. That's definitely 1990s Lara Croft, that's for sure. Forget the name of the other one. My goodness. The bulb is very close to the print. Oh yeah, it looks very close. That's a very thin sign. Choo Choo Rocket sign? Oh, it's up for bid too. This is kind of cool if you're a Choo Choo Rocket fan. I'll link this. It's a little store standy. The seller's got some other standees. Oh, this Sonic 2 standee is going to go insane. That's going to go crazy. I would imagine that's going to go for over $1,000. Game Boy Pocket Ice blue color. Oh, is that the promo one that I had when I was younger? I think it is. God, that still bugs the hell out of me. That's the one that got stolen in lunch. Get it now before it's too late. I did. But I no longer have my original one. It's a cool standee for it though. I don't do that much buying, Maniacal. Honestly, if I'm buying games and I'm unboxing them and talking about them, it's going to be an YouTube video. It just makes more sense. Because in a stream, as cool as it would be to unbox stuff and talk about it, that's usually my kind of content that I do on YouTube. It's like missing out on free YouTube content at that point if I were to do it on a stream. Yeah, they sell these kind of things in like Target stores now and everything, which I think are, you know, it's cute. It's official signs, so I kind of like that more than unofficial stuff. Anyway, always cool to look through some display stuff. Hello, Guitarro. Any budget? What's the number one item I want for my collection? Probably Sega Sonic arcade machine, the one with the trackball. Yeah, on my YouTube, if I get new stuff, I do pick up unboxing videos and stuff on there. And there's 18 years worth of videos on there for you to go back and look through. If you'd like my games I bought recently videos, that's where you should check those out. I feel like, why are there so many copies of these Silent Hill? It's like the third copy of Shattered Memories we saw already. No manual dead aim is now $90. Holy smokes. I put that game in like one or two of the mystery package things that I did last year or the year before, whatever it was. The people that got that are probably pretty happy now because the price on that's gone up like double. More than double, actually. You need a new copy of Rumble Racing? Yeah, I played that a couple years ago. That was a fun one. Nice simple little arcade racer. Just the case for Rad is $100. Okay. Used to be that complete. Poor Breath of Fire Dragon Quarter. One of the cheapest PS2 RPGs. I really, really look forward to trying this game one day. I think I'm gonna like it a lot. Don't mind me, I got a snack on a protein bar before it gets too late. I did not hit the protein that I need to hit today, so. My last Kirkland Brownie protein bar. This is the one I was telling you is really good if you let it sit out in a hot car. Found a copy of the first Godfather for $5. Yeah, that's a good find. That's exactly what it reminds me of as well, Medusa. It's got your endorsement. You like it, Echo? You enjoyed that game? Or you're curious to see what it's like? Just be careful with those built puff bars. I don't buy those. Because the type of protein they use in there doesn't like... I forget what it is. It's not whey protein. So it doesn't really absorb into the body as well. It's like a BS protein, essentially, that's in those bars. So just be aware of that. I wonder if there's been any price increase on Spyro games, specifically the late releases. Like this year was the last Spyro game to come out before the trilogy remake. I think the PS2 copy of that used to be complete like $40, $50. 360 would have been more, PS3 probably even more. Well, that's why I like these Costco ones. They're really not that expensive. You get a ton of them. Carnivorous diet, so like only eating meat? Yeah, I would never do that. It's too important to eat other stuff, especially when you're working out. You need carbs. I'm more about the balanced diets. Manhunt 2 is one of the few PS2 horror games I still don't own. I feel like I'm going to need to buy that soon, if I do buy it, because the price is increasing year by year. Other than that, I have almost every PS2 horror game. Even including PAL horror games. I miss a lot of Japanese ones because a lot of the Japanese ones are not playable. Visual novels and stuff. I have Michigan. Your SOCOM microphones disintegrated. Yeah, those things were... I used to hold mine together with Scotch tape. That thing was holding on for its dear life towards the end of it. Not a lot of people know that Vib Ribbon got a sequel only in Japan on PS2. Vib Ripple. You'd use the iToy, scan pictures in, and you'd like dance around on top of them. I tried streaming it. Doesn't really work well without the camera. What battery do I use for the PSP? I never replaced mine. I believe you can still use the PSP as long as it's plugged in with the power supply. It doesn't have to have a battery. Pretty sure. That's cool. Glad it works out for you though, Colden. Pretty pricey though to do a meat-only diet, that's for sure. I'm not sure I'd be able to afford to do that for long. I think I'd get bored of it too. I already eat a lot of beef and chicken. Well, I bought my refurbished GameCube and it works really nice. I can't speak to other sellers with PS2s and Xboxes though. But they do break, so if they're really refurbishing them the way they're supposed to, it's probably worth it. This game is really $80? No way. Judge Dredd. Check this. It is a pretty rare game, so it wouldn't surprise me. Okay, it's not quite 85. The last time I remember seeing this, it was around 40. But some people are spending upwards of 90 for it. Doesn't make sense when there's still copies out there for $40 or $50. You looking for a Genesis high definition in good condition? You mean like a HDMI modded Genesis in some way? Well, you got a PS2 in the box for $100. Fat or slim? Slim, still pretty nice though. Like brand new in the box? We're gonna look at sold listings. Oh my god, this game's getting out of hand. I knew I should have bought Deadly Science years ago. I was always so close. I never pulled the trigger. Thank you again, Maniacal. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you for those sub-gifts again. Thank you for kicking off that crazy train for us. You have a good night. And yes, thank you for the reminder for people that are heading out. Don't forget tomorrow's Father's Day. And happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there that may not be able to join us tomorrow from streaming. $1,100, all three Pokemon, red, blue, and yellow, in nice condition. Do people care if the seller switches out PS1 jewel cases? There's usually no way to know. Right, if you like swap one PS1 case with another PS1 case that's in better condition, there's no way of knowing. I can tell though when somebody switches out a actual PS1 jewel case with a not original PS1 jewel case. I could just tell from the weight, I could tell from the feel, I could tell from like where sometimes there's like disc logos placed on the plastic. I can definitely tell when it's not an original. Do I really mind at the end of the day? It's not going to kill me. But I would prefer a older scratched up jewel case that was the original than a brand new swapped out one. Personally. No, that was the asking price caliber. And thanks, Maniacal. Thanks for gifting T-Hound on the way out. The hinge is so fragile. They're not too. Oh wait, are you in the U.S. or are you? Do you have PAL cases? The PAL cases are super fragile. U.S. ones, they're usually not too bad for me. Yeah, they're pretty. Personally, I think they're pretty sturdy. Here in the U.S., they're not too bad. It's the double disc cases for PS1 that are really easy to tell when somebody swaps them out. Because it's really hard to find an accurate replacement for those. You hate broken long box and Saturn hinges? Oh yeah. Especially PS1 long box. When those break, that's not fun. Especially if it's the one that is on. There's a variant where it's like a cardboard box with black plastic hinges. Those are the worst ones to break. Thank you, Coolio. I like how your name is Coolio Top Notch. So the fact that you say it's top notch, that's a real compliment. Your name checks out. $140 for Rhythm Heaven Fever. I have a feeling that could continue to go up once the new game is out. That's out, what, September again? Or when is Rhythm Heaven Groove out? I always forget. I'm excited for that. More Rhythm Heaven, never a bad thing. It's hard to hate that series. It just brings a smile to your face. July 2nd. Okay, I was off. I knew it was coming soon. Yeah, that's definitely a day one for me. Oh man, how the mighty have fallen. Once upon a time, Kohor Rinpa was one of the, considered to be one of the more difficult Wii games to get used on eBay and stuff. It was pretty rare. It was actually going for upwards of like $40 long ago during the early days of the Wii. Before they were like super rare Wii games, this was considered one of the harder ones to get. Great game. If you like marble rolling games, it's a good game. Was that Ratatouille on PS3 for PS5? I didn't notice it. If it was, it might have been sealed. I can't believe I gotta give credit to Darkest of Days. If there was one game to survive the 360 apocalypse and still keep its high price, I would not have been expecting Darkest of Days. But here we are. It's still over $70. To be fair, it's a pretty darn rare game. But still, of all the games, that's something. Good old trombone. Doing trombone things. Oh, wow. So this is the one that had the exclusive characters? I didn't realize they had a Platinum Hits version of that. What the heck? Alright, Special Edition? Yeah, I didn't know they had a Platinum Hits version of the Special Edition. What the hell? Okay. Good to know. Yeah, you didn't either, right? I think that may be the first time I've seen that. It's important to know because now if I see that game in a lot and I see its Platinum Hits, normally I would just assume it's the normal version, but now I'll have to double check it for Special Edition. $35 not working for Scarface. I'm just gonna refurbish it. $500 now for Obscure. Man, there's really no safe horror games on the PS2, is there? It's like at a moment's notice, they could just become so expensive. No. Somebody sold Haunting Ground for $100. We just scrolled by one that went for $600. How can you be this clueless? Wait, 5 sold? What's going on here? I think they messed up the listing. 20% positive? What's going on here? That's how crazy people are. Somebody saw this listing and they bought all 5 copies, even though the seller obviously is only listing 1 copy. Let's see what their positive feedback is. After weeks of not shipping and not responding to my message, they finally reached out via text with some story about how the account is getting banned and how I needed to send them money on PayPal instead for the item. I luckily got refunded. Oh yeah, that's shady as hell. So what did they do? Because their account's getting banned, they list a copy of Haunting Ground for $100 so they can quickly pocket the money and run. Not truthful. Man, it's not often you come across sellers with that bad feedback. Wait, that means the seller got paid $500. Oh my god, that buyer is going to be so screwed. Yeah, because if they bought 5 copies, they got $500. Oh, look at that. Somebody got this with my affiliate link for 28, so we bid than 50. Thor handheld gaming system. So I'm assuming you just buy this as a giant emulator. Probably mostly for DS and 3DS stuff. Speaking of auctions, let's see if there's actually any new stuff ending. Forgot to double check that. Thor handhelds can play up to PS2 and GameCube. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's definitely why you'd buy something like that. Hello, Reg. Oh, there's that Friday the 13th box is ending. Apparently I am still looking at stuff we looked at earlier. I still think that's a pretty good price for this if you really, like, if you need the box for Friday the 13th on NES. Let's see if there's an equivalent one we can look at. Let's see what they're normally going for. Well, this gives you an idea of what it costs with the box. So, minimum here you're looking at $95-ish, $100. The cart itself is a $17 cart, $20 cart. So, that means that people are mostly valuing the box at about $70, $80. So, that gives you a good idea. Yeah, this one's a little beat up, but it's still a decent opportunity to get it really cheap. I'll link the seller again since it's over in 5 minutes. Yeah, I actually apparently went really deep into auctions earlier. We saw most of this already. The only stuff that we didn't see is when I transition between pages, you miss some things. I don't know of any third-party GameCube controllers. I've only ever used official ones. Let's do... Xbox 360. This is such a great game. If you're a 360 collector and you still don't have Dark Messiah of Might and Magic, you should get a copy. Such a fun game. It's like a linear Elder Scrolls game. I always say my Virtual Boy pickup, Skill Auto. Probably the most legendary thing I picked up. Almost a completely full North America, like US, complete inbox Virtual Boy collection, including Jack Brothers, with the console. It was like $300. It was only missing a few games. Link didn't work. That's too late now. Why would it not work? Should work. Are there a million copies of Injustice here? Are people still using things like the wireless network adapter? Like, who's using that at this point for a 360? Is that still a thing? The Japanese Vampire Ring cover art. Yeah, the US one is pretty poor. Didn't do that game any service. Xbox 11 360 still works. That's impressive if people are still picking up the wireless adapter for the 360. You have to use the Wi-Fi adapter for the older models. My question is, like, what are people still playing on the 360 online? I guess, like, some people are still doing what, Call of Duty, probably Halo? Like, what are people playing? Yeah, they're definitely not playing 1 versus 100. Can you still get on Dead Service or Conquest, or is it completely shut down? That game was so much fun online. There's the Gold Edition. See, now this one's called Gold Edition. The other was called Special Edition. Huh. I wonder what was really in that Special Edition. Uno? Are people really still playing Uno on 360? I could see them using it as a chat room. With the freaking cheap little webcams. Man, there's gotta be a die-hard group of Uno players. That must be crazy. They've been chatting for probably 2 decades. The Switch 2 webcam. Honestly, I think the quality on that thing is kind of a joke. What I find most funny is Nintendo is making like that some next crazy gimmick that they invented, but it's just like Nintendo. It's literally just a 360p webcam. It's no big deal. They've been doing that on the 360. I'd never use it personally. I guess it's a kind of a cool thing though if you got like family. Maybe you got like a gaming grandma that still plays her Nintendo. She doesn't live near you and you want to like play some games with grandma or something, right? But I don't think your average people are using that webcam to play against each other. But I guess I can ask, right? Do any of you here use the webcam to play with friends and family that you know, maybe you don't get to see often or something? Anybody? Like, does anybody use that thing? Yours is still sealed. You got the launchitis on it, huh? Picked it up day one. The Connect. Yeah, the Connect was, I'm thankful that thing is done. I don't have the iToy. That I do not have. Seen tweets of people using Switch to use game chat to watch TV while playing games. Interesting. So they pointed at the TV. Man, Project Milo. What's insane is Milo is now like legit real. We have Milo now with AI, for the most part. You know, it's not as seamless as like, all right, holding a piece of paper in front of your Kinect camera and like he instantly scans it and takes it in the game. But we're pretty much there at this point with AI. Milo is certainly a fascinating tech demo. Concept demo. But we thought it was real at the time, right? Like, how could they lie to us? How could it not be real? $2,000 for that? Goodness gracious. The Milo thing was, yeah, it was all fake. Made us excited for the future of Kinect, though. I think Milo did a huge disservice because it made us have unrealistic expectations for the Kinect. Another ridiculously priced GameCube lot. Holy crap. Wait, whatever happened? Hold on. Whatever happened to that Malinu game that was like a mobile game or whatever, and people were like chipping away to the center of the earth, and then like the one winner was supposed to get like their grand prize or something? What ended up happening with that? Wasn't it like that person was supposed to win their own game or something? What? I remember people updated me on it a while ago. I don't remember what happened. Another crazy scam. How much is that lot actually worth? Well, there were a ton of sports games in there and GameCube sports games. You know, they have a little bit of GameCube text, but a majority of those games were in like the $20 to $30 range. What have you been playing off stream? I haven't been playing any games off stream. I've been playing the gym game off stream. $85 for Wario Worlds. Someone picked this up on affiliate for 100. I feel like I'd really like this game. We need another 3D platformer Wario game. No mini games, no side-scrolling games. Let's get a 3D platformer. Appreciate it, Papa Blizz. It's one of Treasure's best, yeah. Yeah, that's a high priority for me on GameCube. Star Fox Assault, yeah, that's... I feel like that might come down, though. After the hype for the new game dies down. Kind of simple, that's why I think I'd like it. I don't mind simple platformers. I want simple. I hate super gimmicky 3D platformers. Well, I don't hate them, but they're kind of hit or miss for me. Wow, I'm surprised Ed and Eddie is more expensive on the PS2 than the GameCube. That's surprising. What did the GameCube version do to Summoner 2? What did A Goddess Reborn actually mean for GameCube? Anything? I didn't like this as much as the first one. Doesn't mention anything about exclusive content. It literally may just be like, hey, we don't want to call this Summoner 2, so we're just going to give it a subtitle on GameCube. So it helps sales potentially. Pokemon game prices are out of control. They are indeed. I still regret selling some of my Pokemon games back in the day. Especially now that I'm in a Pokemaniac mood. You know, I'm looking to play Pokemon games again. Do I replace batteries in Game Boy carts? I haven't had an instance where I needed to yet. But if I were to buy a new Pokemon Game Boy Advance game or Game Boy game, I would absolutely look to buy only one that had a replaced battery. Oh, we got another feet listing. But they ain't showing you much beyond some blurry photos, so you guys will have to keep waiting. Wow, this is one of my most wanted GameCube games right here. Because this is supposed to be one of the worst games like ever made. And I would love to see how bad it is. Charlie's Angels. Yeah, that's another one I need to get. That's not actually how much Skies of Arcadia is on GameCube. You can easily get it for half that price. Here's another one. I do have this Batman Dark Tomorrow. It's another one that's supposed to be awful. But a lot of times now when you go to replay those games that got really poor reviews back in the day, they end up being way more fun than you'd anticipate now. Because the reasons they got poor reviews back then may be actually positives for you now for a game. Whether that's length, simplicity. Because games are evolving so rapidly around this time. Games were getting slammed in reviews when they didn't do certain things fast enough. Like if they weren't caught up with the times, they'd get compared brutally to all the other games that were coming out that were doing similar things. Some of us now, we just want to go back and play some of those simple games. Dark Tomorrow's reviews still hold up. Alright, don't make me too excited to play it now, Echo. You know how I get with those terrible games. What systems do I currently collect for? So I always consider myself collecting for everything, but I tend to put a focus on certain ones at any given time. My latest one is N64. I think that's the spotlight for me lately. I'm always collecting PS2. I was on a very big Game Boy Color collecting spree, but I'm sort of on a hiatus for it. The past like year or two. I also did a lot of Evercade collecting in the past couple years, ever since I got the Alpha. You know, I hear this game is actually pretty darn good. It's also got a huge speedrunning scene. Hello Kitty Roller Rescue. Didn't they re-release this game or something crazy? Am I not remembering this right? Like a modern version? I don't think I'll get the GP32 now. Do I think PS2 horror will ever come down? I really don't think so. Horror games are as popular as ever. I just don't see a world where the horror game prices crash. See, that's a little more reasonable. For which game, Artcore? Oh, for Hello Kitty? Am I gonna play Banjo-Kazooie on the Alpha? Definitely not. Probably not. Playing that game with an arcade stick, I'm not sure how that would feel. Actually, it could feel pretty good. You never know. Yeah, they supposedly made it so that you can play the game with the D-pad, which is pretty interesting. Am I getting the AES Plus? I did order the AES Plus. I haven't revealed which version I picked up, because I plan on, you know, unboxing it when it gets here. Gotta keep some element of surprise. This guy, people always used to say this guy looked like me when my hair was a little longer. I can see it. Game's terrible, but I hated that Sims 2 game on console. Oh my god. I don't know how people can play that. So grindy. Nah, I don't have plans to grow it out like that again. Speaking of Banjo-Kazooie, hello Banjo-Kazooie. What a name. I think Sega was really paying attention to the sales of that AES Plus. And I think as soon as they saw the sales of that, that's when they began work on their freaking handheld console. That's sort of rumored right now. Can't blame them. The amount of money and pre-orders they made off that AES is crazy. The rumors are that they're going to be coming out with a handheld console that takes cartridges for games. And it's going to be budget priced. That's the rumor right now. Really? Only $65? Is this game really that cheap now all of a sudden? Oh, okay, it's kind of beat up looking. So, I mean, it's not that bad though. 65 complete? When this game's mint complete, it's like 150 to 200. It's actually like... Yeah, the cart is a little dirty up top there, but... If you can stomach that, that's a pretty good price for this. It's saying it has noticeable fading and sun exposure. I mean, yeah, it's got fading around the edges of the artwork, but I'm not seeing sun fading. It's not really sun fading. I'm gonna link this seller. I think that's a pretty darn good price for this if you're willing to accept not mint condition to save like half or more on the price of this game. Actually, like 2/3 of the price you're saving. Rocket Knight for 50 isn't terrible either. Yeah, it's not. No, they got some good prices. I think they're pretty much pricing that as though it doesn't come with the box. Because look, here's somebody selling it just the cart for $55 shipped. They had it for $65 complete in bucks. So, yeah, I don't think that's going to be up there for sale for long. How much is Jewel Master? That one I'm not sure I know off the top of my head. I don't think that's too expensive though. Let's see if we come across it. Well, there it is. We had one of those moments on eBay. God, it's so trippy when that happens. $25 without the manual. That happens all the time on my eBay streams. We literally mention a game and it pops up like a second later. I think this is the scariest game that ever released on the Genesis. Freaking Alien 3. My god. Playing that game as a kid, phew, this was like an OG. This is a survival horror game for sure. If you want survival horror on the Genesis, Alien 3. That was a hard game to play as a kid. Creepy. Still never played this. This is like a point-and-click adventure kind of Scooby-Doo. Very unusual to find a point-and-click style game on a 16-bit console. Look at that. The graphics actually hold up too. Look at that. It's pretty nice. Thank you, Victor. Appreciate that sub. Thank you for the 31 months. An event. An event. Cosmic, please select spin wheel. I guess that's the person's name. An event. Let's see if you can get it. An event. Anything in particular I'm looking for? Nothing particular. I just look for whatever deals I can find for people. That's a tough one without knowing any letters. Oh, they spoiled it? Crest? Renaissance? Something Renaissance? Oh, press release. Yep. Yeah, you got it. Press release. Yeah, good one. Echo's coming back, by the way, for those of you that don't know. He's getting a compilation release. Every old Echo game in one. Plus a remastered version. We'll do Super Nintendo after this. Gotta give equal treatment, you know? It's so wild to me that Trazia is now playable on PS5. Probably Switch as well, right? Pretty sure that I'm sure it's on there as well. Trazia getting a modern port, that's... They've been porting a lot of renovation games. $1,000 for Moonwalker. Yeah, okay. It's gone up in price, but it ain't gone up that much. $220 for Splatterhouse 3. It's actually pretty darn hard to find a really mint condition copy of this. There's always usually something wrong with it. In this case, this manual. Yeah, there's always passwords written. There's always something wrong with Splatterhouse 2 and 3 on Genesis. They were big rental games, so they're always kind of messed up. Was Maximum Carnage the only Genesis game with a different color? Personally, I can't think of another one either that had a different cart color. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Dev Will 2? What homebrew is this? It's kind of a cute design. Prepare your mind for an existentialist adventure as you jump into this classic screen-by-screen platformer full of challenges and fun. Hand-drawn comic book style cutscenes. Well, looks cute. It's got a manual. Never heard of it. It's a Mega Cat Games game. Oh, that might end up on Evercade. Keep an eye out for that. Super Bomberman Party Pack. No game multi-tap box. Wow. $4.50. This is pretty darn rare, though. I love the art that they use for this Bomberman. He's just so chubby. Bomberman's gone through so many revisions over the years. What's everybody's favorite Bomberman look, favorite Bomberman design? Personally, I like the way he looked around the Sega Saturn era. And N64. I like the way he looked when his eyes were like the long black lines, right? Like he had the long black line, which is what he looked like on Sega Saturn. Very classic look. I definitely will be streaming some Bomberman on N64. I'm just waiting for one more thing. But there's you can expect a lot of bombing going on my streams in the future. We just couldn't think of a better background to take our pictures on. I don't know what the latest thing is with people taking pictures in the back of their car. It's like, damn, they're just... They literally get out of the thrift store and immediately start listing. Did I ever consider emulation if it allowed multiplayer on older games like Bomberman 64 Online? I feel like that would be one of the things that would maybe sway me to try it, but... I'm not sure I'd ever see that happening anytime soon. It would be cool, though. Vectorman had a huge print run. Yeah, Vectorman games were printed into the ground on the Genesis. One of the most common Genesis games. Oh man, I wonder whatever happened. Wait, you guys remember? Who was it again? Somebody in my streams bought... You remember when somebody bought a case of sealed Barbie games on the Genesis with my affiliate link? You guys remember that? And then the seller was like giving them the runaround or something, and I can't remember if they ended up getting the box of Barbie games or not. Who was that? I forgot who it was. Yeah, they took a risk and like invested in Barbie games or something crazy. Man, these crotch shots are getting out of hand. Look at these pants. What a random lot. It's like, here's a bunch of Call of Duty games and a copy of Mortal Kombat on the Genesis. Super Troll Islands. This can't be that good because it's cheap, right? Like, if this was actually good, I'm sure this would be way more money for Super Nintendo standards. Makes me curious about it, though. I'm not sure I ever watched much gameplay of this. Anybody play this? Oh, it's a single screen game? Is it a single screen platformer? Super Troll Islands. Have I played Donkey Kong for Switch 2? I played it for quite a while. Yeah. I enjoyed it. I didn't go bananas for it though, like some people were. It was alright. Donkey did a video for the Kirby 64 game I recently played. That was a great game. He better not have been shit talking my crystal shards. That's a GOAT game right there. Doom Standard Edition? This feels so unnecessary. Like, why would you re-release Doom? Of all games. That's like the last game that needs a reprint. They remade the game and it runs way better. Oh, is that what they did for the Super Nintendo version? I don't know though, I feel like Doom has so many ports that if you want it to run better, just play a better port of the game. Right? Like let's just let the original versions stand the test of time for what they were. That's my opinion on it. Right? Like are we remaking the 32X version to give it better sound? No. Because that was just how that game was at that point in time. On that port. I wouldn't say that for all games, but for Doom, I think that's a bit different case. I've always been interested in this game, King Arthur and the Knights of Justice. Really, in my opinion, kind of obscure one. You never really hear much people talk about this. I do remember watching some gameplay for this, and it looked didn't look that great. Have I played any of the games in the Dreadout series? Yes. Yeah, I played the first Dreadout and the second Dreadout. I'm a big fan of both, but I definitely like the first one way more. First Dreadout, amazing. Second Dreadout, good, but had a lot of issues. They were a little too experimental in the second one. Not everything really worked. I believe my playout of the first Dreadout may be on my second channel, my More Pete Door channel. I think I may have uploaded that. I'm glad to see that Dreadout is on consoles now. It used to be PC only. I played it on PC when it first came out. But now you can play it on... Even physical. They have physical copies, which is nice. PS5 and stuff. A sealed case of Zombie U. Oh. Well, that's what they were showing me, but no, I can't locate it. I never played Detective Pikachu. I never watched the movie. I'm still very confused as to, like, what the heck you actually do. I still have no clue what Detective Pikachu is. Is it worth playing? Like, is this game actually good? I feel like if it was a successful movie, we would have saw another one. Right? Like, how have we not seen a sequel to that movie yet? Feels like something they would have done already. So it's like a Professor Layton game? Okay. That's QT. Looks like an interesting little, like town sim, like a Sims game, kind of. Oh, wow. What a beautiful box for the collector's edition of Etrian Odyssey 5 in Japan. I love that. This is a Metroidvania game, by the way. Hotel Transylvania. Actually, I'm not sure about the DS version, but I know the 3DS one is. Still looks like it. Never watched the movie, but if you're a fan of Metroidvanias, now you know. I think Nintendo should do a re-release of Pokemon the first movie. That would make so much money. Just hold on, hold the freaking door. They re-release it, right? With movie cards again. Oh my god, could you imagine the lines and the fights? Holy crap. New promo cards. I swear Nintendo hates money sometimes. Really. Well, would Nintendo have any say in that coming back to the theaters, or would it be 100% Pokemon Company? Pokemon Company? Alright, well, they hate money. Like, how the hell are they not doing that? Just do a limited release. 1 week only. With promo cards. Easy. You know how much money they'd make? You don't even gotta do anything. You just literally re-release the movie in the theaters for no damn reason other than to be like, yeah, we want money. We want money limited edition screening. That's what you call it. You don't need no anniversary. The scalpers would be living in the theaters. They'd be living in the theater to get those cards. Didn't they release a Troze game on the Switch, was it? Or mobile? I could swear I played a game like this recently for Pokemon. And it was actually kind of fun. I don't remember what it was called. Totally forgot to filter Pokemon from my DS search. So half the results are going to be Pokemon. That's how it goes. I'm very close to picking up Alpha Sapphire, by the way. I feel like if I play a handheld Pokemon game, it's going to be this one next. I never played it when it came out. What? Pikachu likes to cosplay? What in the hell is this? That was in the game? But the music's so damn good. The music is so good. Did these actually have 3D, or was this around the time when 3DS games stopped using 3D? I gotta look into what Pokemon are on what version, but historically, when it comes to Pokemon games, and I know it's a dumb reason, the version of a Pokemon game that I buy tends to always be the one that has a cool color, right? Not a warm color, a cool color. So with Red and Blue, I'd go Blue. With Alpha Sapphire and Ruby Red, I'd go Sapphire because it's blue. With Fire Red and Leaf Green, I went green because it's a cooler color. Scarlet and Violet, I went Scarlet because guess what? It's not a red color. That's just how I've always done it. Winds and Waves, take a guess what one I'm getting. Though to be fair, I think both of those will kind of have cool colors, right? Unless Winds is going to have a warmer color for some reason. They do have 3D. Okay, yeah. What's the difference between all the Pokemon games? Typically, it's just they add a few new Pokemon and they change the region that you move around in, and that's pretty much it. At the end of the day, they are very similar to one another for the older games. Graphically, they don't advance far very much from game to game. And the music. The music can change fairly drastically between versions, so some games have way better music than the others for battles and stuff. I actually played Phantasy Star Zero online when it came out, and I remember almost nothing. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But I did get this day one. I'd honestly probably have to go back and find the YouTube video where I talk about it to know, like, what the heck I even thought about it. ...2006. Oh, damn, alright. So that was... Wait, 2009. Okay, no, I would have talked about it in 2009. It's probably in an early Games I Bought video. Did I pick Pearl or Diamond? I picked Diamond. Diamond had a bluish kind of color to it, if I remember it. I seriously reviewed it? Like a full-on review? Damn, I don't even remember that. Not a full-on review? Oh, okay, but I did kind of talk about it. I don't remember anything about what the hell I played of that game, I'm gonna be honest. It's not what I'm looking for, John. It would be more so the people in my chat. What kind of stuff do you sell, though? Wow, that's a pretty hideous looking cover art. They chibi-fied him. Some pretty bad screenshots for the game, I gotta say. Looks like a very bland game. Great Empire Rome. I don't think I have ever seen this game. Am I the only one? Like, I have never seen the cover for this game before on the DS. That's crazy. Classic strategy game. Watch this be actually a legit good game. Match the exploits of Julius Caesar and Marcus Aurelius to build one of the greatest empires the world has ever seen. Huh. Watch it be a pretty good game. I have never seen anything in GameStop Retro. I don't go to GameStop often, but I've almost like never come across something when I'm in there. It's always empty. Little Red Riding Zombie Barbecue. I streamed that for Horror Month a couple years ago. I actually really enjoyed it. It's a fun game. Is it worth the price it goes for? Absolutely not. But it's a fun little shoot 'em up. I'd recommend playing it if you can play it. No, I'm not really hunting for games for myself, John. You're welcome to put your eBay name in the chat, though, if anybody wants to check out your store. What about the Wizard of Oz RPG? I like the Wizard of Oz RPG. I played it a long time ago. But, I actually really like the trackball gimmick in that game. I think it really adds to it. It's a fun gimmick. And it's just neat to play a Etrian Odyssey-esque turn-based dungeon crawl game in the Wizard of Oz universe. I'd play it again one day. I beat it. I streamed the whole game from start to finish years ago. Yeah, I bought diamonds. Because it was blue. Just a weird little quirk that I've always kept up with Pokemon games. Always go for the cool colors. How is this X-Men game on DS? I feel like I would never really look at these games back in the day, but now I'm like super curious to see what a handheld port of, or like imagination of these licensed games would be like. Oh, it's a 3D game, okay. A 3D beat 'em up on the DS, that sounds kind of fun. Exclusive level only on the Nintendo DS. Oh, does that mean that they're actually straight porting this somewhat from maybe the old other versions? Unless they're comparing it to PSP. How about My World, My Way? I've streamed My World, My Way. I do not recommend that game. It's way too expensive for what that game is. My World, My Way is actually a port of like a mobile game. There's a mobile game version of that, and they reuse, or not mobile. What is it again? It's like, it's a game that essentially, the best way to describe My World, My Way is it's using a bunch of random assets from like another RPG that I think was on the PSP. So that's why when you play My World, My Way, the enemies look so random and weird. It's because they're not enemies that were actually made for that game. They were just kind of placed in the game from another game. So it's kind of a cheap like version of the game. Snoopy game on DS? Did we ever get this in the US? Actually looks pretty good. I don't really keep up with Snoopy games on the DS, but I don't remember something like that. I don't think I ever really played Puzzle Quest. Yeah, I can't remember if I ever tried it, but even if I did, I never got into it. It's one of the games I have on my Japanese 3DS. Mine, I don't think mine had AR cards, though. I'll do a Japanese 3DS stream one day. I don't have a capture card for it, but I could just film it off the screen. Alright, so I think I'm going to get ready to transition into our kick bonus portion of the stream, where I will allow you guys to just like rapid fire throw out some search recommendations. You know, if there's games you want to see me search for or whatever, we can kind of just like quickly check them out. But that is going to be on Kick. I'm still trying to grow my Kick channel, so sometimes I like to funnel you guys over there. And an eBay stream seems like a good time to try and funnel people over because we got a good amount of people watching. If you're not going to join us over there, I do thank you for watching. This week I'm going to be streaming a lot of Skies of Arcadia, and I'd like to get an N64 stream in at some point too, because I did get a new game that I'm really excited to play. And you know what it means when I'm really excited to play an N64 game, right? It means it's supposed to be one of the worst games on the console, so I hope you look forward to that. I'm excited for it. I won't spoil what game it is, though. But anyway, hope to see you over on the Kick channel. If you're new on Kick, feel free to register and chat over there with us. We don't bite. But I'm going to end the Twitch and the YouTube streams here, and I'll see you guys over there. It's your chance to have me search for a game. We're going to limit it to specific games, though, because those are quick searches, and I want to be able to get to everybody. I'll see you guys over there. And you can build up points on Kick. You can, by watching the stream on Kick, you can get points, and then you use those points for future search requests. If you want me to search for certain things on eBay streams. Just throwing that out there. Anyway, see you guys over there. Thank you for watching.